job creation, poverty alleviation, industrialization. Please welcome here Otumba Niyi Adebayo, politician, legal mind. He's been a lawyer for over 41 years, and of course a technocrat. I welcome you, sir.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, Your Excellency, the Chairman of the Governors Forum, Your Excellencies, State Governors from Nigeria and other African countries, members of the Federal Executive Council, the Chief of Staff to the President of the AfreximBank, captains of industry, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am very pleased to participate in this second conference of African sub-sovereign governments, and I thank AfreximBank and the Nigeria Governors Forum for this invitation. I'm always happy to have the opportunity to speak at platforms that address how to strengthen our continent, being a firm believer in Africa's ability to achieve its potential if we work in unison. Throughout my life, I have been inspired by great people who imbibe this school of thought, like the late Kwame Nkrumah and Nelson Mandela. One great but controversial lover of Africa, the late Marcus Garvey, made a statement in 1923 that is still relevant today. He said, and I quote, "A race that is solely dependent upon another for economic existence sooner or later dies. As we have in the past suffered, so we will in the future suffer if an effort is not made now to adjust our own affairs," unquote. This comment was made almost 100 years ago, and our affairs in Africa are still in need of adjustment. The continent is, however, moving in the right direction. The establishment of the largest free trade area in the world, the African Continental Free Trade Area, in 2018, was a significant step towards the socio-economic development for which we have been striving. My topic for today, the role of sub-sovereign governments in deepening regional integration through the African CFTA, is apt and timely for a couple of reasons. First of all, we are at the threshold of not only concluding phase one of the African CFTA negotiations of the protocols of trade in goods and trade in services, but also the full launch of real commercially meaningful trading under the agreement. Progress is also being made with respect to negotiations regarding the protocols on investment, competition, and intellectual property rights under phase two. This conference, therefore, is a unique opportunity for us to take stock and reflect on how best to assist our citizens in realizing the full benefits of the African CFTA. Secondly, the global environment today is characterized by high geopolitical and trade tensions, including the Russia-Ukraine conflict, the increasing wave of protectionism, and rising food and commodity prices. Consequently, international cooperation between governments and sub-sovereign governments is required for Africa and other developing countries to positively respond to these challenges, especially in terms of harnessing the opportunities that they create, while mitigating the associated risks of marginalization and increased inequalities both between and within countries. It is against this background that I, an alumnus of the Nigeria Governors Forum, wish to share my views on the role of subnational governments in boosting regional trade integration in an era of globalization. We are all witnesses to the extensive impact that globalization has had on our daily lives, from changes in production techniques to the ICT revolution, environmental movements, the emergence of social media, and the increased integration of national economies through trade and financial payment systems. Globalization has also led to a shift in both global political and economic power from the nation state to corporations, thereby greatly affecting the way we produce and trade. In recent years, international trade and investment agreements have become more common. This development has raised questions about the balance of rights and obligations for sub-sovereign governments under such agreements. This is bearing in mind the fact that they are very often not part of these negotiations. The African CFTA, like other trade agreements, is designed to limit the interference of governments in the flow of goods and services. In this respect, African national governments have made a concession of their sovereignty, thereby changing the balance of power in the relationship between business and government. This also limits the scope of action and policy space available to sub-sovereign governments. Examples of this shift in the balance of power under trade agreements can be found in treaty provisions relating to dispute settlement, as well as investment and government procurement. The African CFTA follows the WTO model, in which only state parties can initiate an action which removes the ability of business entities or sub-sovereign governments to directly pursue any impairment of their rights and obligations. For example, only national authorities can file complaints under the African CFTA dispute settlement system. In terms of investment, subnational governments have the ability to promote, attract, and support investors. Their ability to help shape policy is, however, constrained by the commitments undertaken by the state parties, particularly with respect to any special incentives or support programs that target specific investors and sectors of interest. It is in recognition of these challenges that a subnational African CFTA program is already underway and is helping state governments in Nigeria develop their strategies. I am aware that more than 10 states in Nigeria have now set up their technical working groups on the African CFTA. Our charge to the states is to build an ecosystem around specific products and or service value chains to achieve a minimum of $1.2 billion of exports by the year 2035. This target is ambitious but achievable. I encourage the states that have not yet established their African CFTA technical working groups to do so. The National Action Committee on the African CFTA stands ready to assist you in all areas of need, especially regarding trade-related capacity building. The federal government has already identified high-potential products and services for trading under the African CFTA, taking into account the schedules of tariff concessions and specific commitments under the protocols on trade in goods and trade in services, respectively. The African CFTA, with its focus on trade in value-added products and services, presents huge possibilities for state or provincial governments to grow their economies by attracting and supporting export-oriented businesses. For Nigeria, I wish to encourage the state governments to reach out to our ministry and its agencies, such as the Nigeria Export Promotion Council and the Nigeria Investment Promotion Commission, for support to achieve their export and manufacturing objectives. The President Buhari administration has a number of fiscal investment incentives that can help new entrants to the market establish themselves successfully. Finally, I believe that it is time for state parties to enhance their national consultation processes on the African Continental Free Trade Area negotiations to ensure transparency, inclusiveness, and ownership of negotiation outcomes. I firmly believe that sub-sovereign governments must remain critical stakeholders in all consultations. In countries where the national governments have exclusive jurisdiction over international trade, cooperation and consultation with the sub-sovereign governments before the ratification of trade agreements is highly recommended. To our African partners, let me state unequivocally that Nigeria, as ever, is open for business. We are leveraging our skilled and youthful labor force, as well as our strategic location and our production and manufacturing potential to move forward as a key trading partner to Africa and the rest of the world. I thank you for your kind attention, and may God bless our great nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister for Industry, Trade and Investment. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this point, it is my honor and pleasure to welcome here the father of the Nigerian nation, a lover of African integration, the President of Nigeria, His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari GCFR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Now, please sit down. The Chairman, Governors Forum, and his fellow governors present here, the Chief of Staff, Honorable Ministers, Chairman of the Board of Directors, AfreximBank, representatives of the private sector and international organizations, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is with pleasure that I, on behalf of the government and Nigerians, welcome you all to Abuja. The organizers of this very important conference have demonstrated innovative thinking as they seek to take the African Continental Free Trade Initiative to the grassroots. For this, I commend them. We must also commend the President of the AfreximBank, Professor Benedict Orama, and his team for committing $250 million United States dollars as seed capital towards the establishment of the African Sub-Sovereign Governments Network. I understand that this initiative, spearheaded by AfreximBank, is aimed at firmly establishing and deepening an intra-continental trade investment development frontier for Africa. The initiative aims to ensure the continent's dependence on exports of primary commodities is reduced. It also seeks to minimize the risks that we experience due to our strong reliance on global value chains. This opportunity, if properly harnessed, is a significant step for Africa to begin carving its own niche in the global value chain for the constituent units up. This will undoubtedly complement broader programs such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, which remains one of the most strategic Pan-African agenda to deliver inclusive and sustainable development. I am pleased to see that the conference is holding in cooperation with Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Area and duly recognizes the role of its Secretary General, Mr. Wamkele Mene. As we all know, the role of the African Union Commission is critical to the development of Africa. I am therefore delighted to note that this initiative complements the African Union vision of achieving the 2023 agenda, the Africa we want. I hereby assure you of the full support and cooperation of the Nigerian government as we embark on implementing this program. At this point, I would like to commend the outgoing chairman of the Nigeria Governors Forum, His Excellency Kaide Femi, who also recently emerged as the president of the Forum of Regions in Africa, for embracing this initiative and for being at the forefront of sharing and exploring opportunities that improve production and the trade facilitation activities with his peers in the region. On this note, I enjoin other subnational governments here to see this as a call to actively participate in this all-important African agenda. As I approach the end of my second and final term in office, I reflect on the challenges the continent has encountered since I took office as president in 2015. In all, we have remained particularly resilient. Together, we have endured several challenges, from the collapse in commodity prices in mid-2014 till 2016, and again in 2020 to the coronavirus pandemic, to the worsening impact of climate change, droughts, flood, insecurity, and the depletion of our ecological reserves, and of course, our fight against violent extremism and terrorism. In this regard, in May this year, at the African Union Extraordinary Summit in Malabo, I backed the recommendation of the African Union Commission to set up a standby force on terrorism on the continent. As leaders, we must summon the political will required for development. We must entrench synergy, enhance intelligence gathering, and bring more urgency in our collective efforts as we seek to guarantee peace and prosperity in our continent. Therefore, we must increase our efforts in our fight against cybercrime, money laundering, drugs and arms trafficking, smuggling of persons, and the reckless destruction of our precious wildlife. These and more we must do in order to engender a safe and productive environment for all. As leaders, we must all be concerned that we are not trading enough amongst ourselves. It is a bitter reality that intra-regional trade still accounts for a very tiny fraction of total trade in Africa. We have to understand that if this new drive towards a continental free trade area is to succeed, we must demonstrate a higher level of commitment to tackle A, the slow pace of physical integration due to geographic and political fragmentations, B, the phase of political cooperation, and C, difficult tariff and non-tariff barriers that inhibit business integration. I am firmly convinced that with the right collaborative action, we'll be able to record a much stronger pace of transformation. Through shared knowledge, innovation, and creativity, we will be better able to cater for the needs of the African continent's population of over 1.4 billion people. I urge this conference to use this network and support provided by our African institutions as a platform for the exchange of ideas, knowledge, and skills. The conference should also seek and advance innovative solutions to support our common quest for the expansion of intra-African trade opportunities for our people. I wish you very successful deliberations and a wonderful stay in Abuja. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Let's be seated, please. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will have a very quick photograph of His Excellency the President, and then we will close the opening ceremony formally, break for tea, and when we are back, we'll kick off with the technical sessions. Let me invite here the chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum, Governor of Ekiti State, and the president of the Forum of African Regions, Dr. John Olukayode Fayemi, to please step forward. To also join him is the president and chairman of the board of directors of AfreximBank, Professor Benedict Oke-Orama. Let me now welcome all the other governors that are here from Nigeria and other provinces to please rise up and join us here. All the governors that are here. Let me invite the Chief of Staff to the President and the Honorable Minister for Industry, Trade and Investment. All the governors from other African countries. Let me also welcome here the GMD NMPC, the CEO, the group CEO of the NMPC. Okay, the Egyptian ambassador representing some governors in Egypt, please join us here as we welcome His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Photographers, are you happy? Okay. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Nigerian National Anthem. So we'll allow all the governors, both from Nigeria and the rest of Africa, will be taking their tea in the executive room, but the rest will be in the next place, just in this hall, behind where His Excellency the President is seated. That's where the rest will be taking their tea, but somebody will take all the governors to the executive room for their tea. Early 10-15 minutes for the sessions to commence. Please, can we begin to set up here now for the panel discussion? They bring the chairs. The chairs, the microphone. Please, let's begin to set up.
Two. 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 2. 1, 2. One, two, two, 1, 2. 2, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. 1, 2. Sound check, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. 2, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. 1, 2, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2, 2. 2, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. 2. Sound check, 1, 2. MIC. Sound check. Two. Two.
If you can hear me from the tea place, let's begin to come in now.
Two. Two.
The tea time is over, please.
1, 2.
Crossover, crossover, please.
1, 2.
Crossover, please.
2. 1, 2. 2. 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 2. Please, after that, let me unmute the podium. Sound check, 1, 2. 1, 2.
Please come in from the tea place.
1, 2.
Let's just cross over now. We need to manage our time very well. So I invite you to please come in.
Yes, use that cable.
Please come in, please come in.
Yeah. 1, 2. We welcome you all. Please step in and take your seats as you come in. We welcome you all. Those who are still at the tea place, you can cross over. And I'm very sure the cameramen are not allowing us to see. But ongoing right now is the signing of an agreement between the Nigeria Governors Forum and being signed now between Nigerian Governors Forum and Association of Region of Morocco, so that we can continue to deepen the integration on the continent. Let's come in and settle down, please. We welcome you. I think we can start the business of the day right now. We have two panel sessions. The first one will be taking a look at leveraging AfreximBank in promoting and facilitating intra-African investments, challenges and opportunities. And then the second roundtable panel will be in unlocking infrastructure and industrialization in African regions. But before the two roundtable panel discussions, we'll have a few presentations. And the first presentation will be focusing on the place of sub-sovereign governments in facilitating the implementation of the AfreximBank. And to take us through that, let me welcome here the Chief Technical Advisor, AfreximBank Secretariat, Mr. Prudence Sebahizi. Mr. Prudence Sebahizi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. I will stand on the protocol that has been established this morning by various speakers. Allow me to proceed directly to my presentation for the sake of time. But before I do so, because I'm coming from the FCFTA Secretariat, I would like to convey the greetings of His Excellency Wamkele Mene, the Secretary General, who was supposed to be with us this morning, but because he had another engagement in Accra, he got appointment of the President this morning. He might join us later in the afternoon. But his support to this initiative is very assured. He told me to confirm that. Distinguished Excellencies, let me start by taking you through the background of the FCFTA before I tackle the topic of the place of sub-sovereign governments in facilitating the implementation of the FCFTA. The AfreximBank is a continental development program. It sounds as a free trade area, but when you look at the objectives of the AfreximBank, it is more than that. It's the hope and the future for the continent. The agreement establishing the AfreximBank seeks to create a continental market, a single continental market with free movement of goods, free movement of services, and free movement of investment. And this is very important because when you look at the level of intra-African trade, you realize that Africans have more to do amongst ourselves. That's why this agreement is going to facilitate trade, but also make sure that we harmonize our legal and regulatory frameworks to facilitate movement of goods and services. The second objective of the FCFTA is to promote and attain sustainable inclusive development, gender equality, and structural transformation of state parties. We are currently in the process of negotiating a protocol on women and youth in trade because we believe that we cannot have a successful integration on the continent if inclusiveness is not taken care of. This protocol is a confirmation of how much we care about young people, about women who are mostly the owners of small and medium enterprises in Africa. The third objective is to enhance competitiveness of the African economies within the continent and global context. This morning, I was very much inspired by one speaker who summarized the vision of Africa into only 3 aspects. I think that is His Excellency John Fayemi, who addressed us, that Africa is looking at being economically integrated, politically united, and globally respected. We can only achieve this vision if we are competitive in the global arena, and the FCFTA seeks to enhance that competitiveness. And how can we do that? By strengthening our private sector, by making sure that our private sector is able to produce for the continent and also export for the rest of the world. The fourth objective is to promote industrial development via regional value chains development, agricultural development, and food security. And COVID-19 has taught us a lesson. Even the ongoing crisis between Russia and Ukraine is another example. How can Africa be suffering from food shortage today when we own all the resources that are required to produce, especially agricultural production. So the AfCFTA is going to address the challenges that have affected Africa for so long to be in the current status. Last but not least, the AfCFTA seeks to lay the foundation for the establishment of a customs union. And this is more important. We are looking at establishing a single market for the continent, not only a customs union, but also a common market, which will look at economic integration in all aspects: movement of goods, movement of services, movement of capital, movement of investment, and also looking at the financial rules at the stage of implementation. We have reached already the minimum requirement to implement the agreement, which was signed by 54 out of 55 countries of Africa. And today, 44 of them have confirmed that they are ready to implement by ratifying the agreement. But this is not only what we are talking about. More importantly, a lot of work has to be done in making sure that we put in place systems at national level, infrastructure that will facilitate implementation of the agreement. The scope of the AfCFTA is very wide. It includes a protocol on trade in goods, a protocol on trade in services, a protocol on rules and procedures for the settlement of dispute, a protocol on investment, a protocol on competition, a protocol on intellectual property rights, a protocol on digital trade, and a protocol on women and youth in trade. All those are legal instruments that will cement the implementation of the AfCFTA agreement, and each of them has a number of legal framework. What is the journey that we have traveled since 2012? A decision to establish the AfCFTA was made by heads of state and government in Addis Ababa in January 2012, and a deadline was given to accomplish that roadmap by December 2017. And since then, a lot of progress has been made. Negotiations were launched after a lot of preparatory work. In June 2015 in Johannesburg during the assembly, and 3 years later in 2018 on the 21st of March 2018 in Kigali, the agreement was signed by the heads of state and government. And at the time, 44 countries out of 55 put their signature on the same very day when the protocol was open for signature. It took only 1 year to have the AfCFTA agreement ratified and entered into force. This was a confirmation of political support and political commitment of our heads of state and government to this AfCFTA. In January 2021, again, we achieved another big milestone when the heads of state and government declared the 1st of January 2021 as the date for start of trading within the AfCFTA. And this means a lot in the history of the AfCFTA. It means any commitment that have been made in the AfCFTA agreement, they start taking effect on the 1st of January 2021. If a country has committed to gradually eliminate tariff, to gradually remove non-tariff barriers, then the 1st January 2021 will be seen as the starting point. The same journey has been, of course, taken in Nigeria. Let me emphasize now that I'm in Nigeria, that when the agreement was signed in Kigali, Nigeria has been chairing, and Nigeria signed the agreement during the extraordinary summit in July 2019 in Niamey by the head of state. And only 3 months later, the government of Nigeria had completed the ratification process of the agreement. And Nigeria today is one of the 5 countries that we take as examples in terms of putting in place adequate national structures for implementation. Each country is supposed to establish a national structure that supports implementation of the agreement, and Nigeria is taking the lead through their National Implementation Committee. The other institutions that support implementation of the AfCFTA are regional economic communities. As you know, we have currently 8 regional economic communities that are recognized by African Union. We have the Economic Commission for West African State, ECOWAS. We have East African Community, EAC. We have Economic Community of Central African State, ECAS. We also have the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, COMESA. We have the Arab Maghreb Union. We have the Community of Sahel-Saharan State, CENSAD. And we have IGAD, which is Intergovernmental Authority for Development. And these 8 regional economic communities are the building blocks of the AfCFTA, because we cannot achieve the expected results if we do not use the existing structures at regional level. Let's now go deep down and see, when we go to national level, what is the role of the sub-sovereign governments in facilitating the implementation of the AfCFTA, which is the topic of my presentation. There is a lot of work that is expected to be done if we want the AfCFTA to succeed. At African Union level, a strong secretariat has been established. At regional level, we have the regional economic communities, and at national level, we have the AfCFTA implementation committees. And all those institutions have a lot of work to do. But the implementation can only happen at grassroots level. Governments do not trade. Trade happens among people. Trade is done by the private sector, and trade is also pioneered by the private sector. And the private sector operate in your respective government entities. So the first role that we believe the sub-sovereign government is going to play is to create awareness around AfCFTA, to make sure that awareness campaigns are undertaken across the board, targeting all the stakeholders involved in the implementation of the AfCFTA agreement. The second role, which is important, is to build the capacities. To build the capacities of the private sector, to build the capacities of our small and medium enterprises, which constitute the biggest part of the production sector in Africa. If we do not strengthen them to produce, then Africa will continue to rely on imports from outside the continent. The third expectation from the sub-sovereign government is to make sure that you establish platforms for stakeholders' engagement. When we talk about stakeholders, we are talking about, of course, government to play the role of coordinating the stakeholders, but we are also talking about the partners that support all the work of the stakeholders. We are talking about the private sector in this context that is playing the leading role in production and trade and investment. And we're also talking about the civil society organizations that represent the interest of the people, the interest of women, the interest of young people, and the interest of all the groups of the society. So the sub-sovereign governments should put in place such platforms that will facilitate interaction of those stakeholders. Then the fourth role that is we do not produce. And we cannot produce if we do not ensure integration of our small and medium enterprises into the global value chains through regional value chains. So it's your responsibility to identify where opportunities are to put more efforts, to put more resources, financial resources, to build the capacities for boosting the local production. Because production happens always at local level, we cannot expect production, we cannot expect food on table if we have not produced. And especially you look at the production structure in our countries, the production takes place in the rural area. So those are the people that we need to support. The fifth element, which also is important to take into consideration, is facilitating trade. Trade facilitation is very wide. When we talk about non-tariff barriers, a number of restrictions, a number of procedures and processes that are put in place that can affect trade negatively, that can affect the free flow of goods. Most of them are found at local government level. Let me give you one example. In East African community, all the members of ESC were depending on two ports in the east coast of Africa, that is Mombasa and Dar es Salaam. And it used to take a full month to move a container from Mombasa to Kigali, a full month, approximately 27 days. And heads of state were committed to shorten that time. They sat together and decided to look into the problem. And the issue was non-tariff barriers. And the non-tariff barriers were in a distance of, let's say, 100 kilometers, you would find 20 roadblocks that have been put in place by local governments. Police check, and those roadblocks were not recognized by the central government. So they were put in place just for their own interest. A decision was made to remove all of them. So when they were removed, the time it took to ship a container from Mombasa to Kigali reduced from 27 days to 7 days, even 5 days. So as someone doing business, you can imagine how much you can gain. You used to wait for a container for 27 days. Now you can have it in only 5 days. Today we have in West Africa, Abidjan-Lagos corridor. I'm told it still takes up to 21 days to move goods from Abidjan to Lagos. And that corridor not only serves the people of those 5 countries across the coast, but it also feeds the countries that are landlocked in the West Africa. So if that time can be shortened into 5 to 4 days, then a lot of business will happen. So those non-tariff barriers, those unnecessary roadblocks that are put in place at local government level, they have to be looked into. And they can only be addressed through your leadership. And the negative impact they have on our economies is very huge. So that's the message I want to pass to you on behalf of the Secretary General. There is a lot of work that has to be done with the different leaders of the continent, from heads of state, ministers, and governors, to make sure that the FCFTA objectives are achieved. Estimates have been made. There is a lot of expectation, and the people are aware that if we implement the FCFTA fully, we are going to boost intra-African trade by around 40%. This morning, Professor Orama informed us that intra-African trade is only at 16%, whereas in other parts of the world, it's more than 50%, 60%, even 70%. So in the next 5 to 10 years, we're expecting to boost intra-African trade by 40%, and this can only happen if all of us play our respective roles. So thank you very much. I want to be brief. For the sake of time, I thank you for this opportunity and for listening to me. Thank you. God bless you.
God bless you too. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome here the head, Trade Facilitation and IATF, Intra-African Trade Bank, AfreximBank, Dr. Gilmore Zanamwe. Did I get that? Okay, thank you. You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Honorable Governor Fayemi, Your Excellencies. It's a pleasure for AfreximBank to be participating in the second sub-sovereign network. We basically launched the first one in Durban, as you heard from our president. So we are now here to try and implement what we have started, and I will basically go through some of the key products that we have to support the sub-sovereign network at the grassroots level where it matters. So I'll be basically highlighting some of those key challenges, some of the issues that we need to address together. So if you go to the first slide, it is basically introducing the bank, and as you may be aware, our mandate is very clear. When the bank was established by our founding fathers, they were very clear that we needed to promote and finance intra-African trade as well as extra-African trade. And this is basically what we've been doing at AfreximBank. And for your information, we also have got coverage throughout the continent. We've got offices that cover the continent. Our headquarters in Cairo, of course, but here in Abuja, we've got a branch which covers a number of countries. We've got another branch in Cote d'Ivoire, Harare, Kampala, and Cameroon. So that's basically our coverage in terms of our network. And the way in which the bank has been running is through 5-year strategic plans. And the current plan is basically called Impact 2026, Extending the Frontiers. What that basically means is that we are continuing some of the things that we had already started. The first pillar of the bank strategy is to actually facilitate and promote intra-African trade and the implementation of the AfCFTA. As you heard from Prudence, the AfCFTA is here, it's a game changer. We need to focus on its implementation. That is why AfreximBank has actually made the first pillar to focus on the implementation of the AfCFTA. The second pillar is very important. As you will probably see, we depend a lot on exporting raw commodities, and AfreximBank actually made a deliberate decision to say that must stop. We must focus on value addition, industrialization, export manufacturing. So our second pillar is actually focusing on that. And this is something that is of interest to you, Your Excellencies, the governors. You deal with the people on a daily basis. At the grassroots level, we need to work together to industrialize the continent. Our third pillar also focuses on the bank's leadership in global trade financing. As a leader in trade finance, we are actually trying to come up with a number of financial instruments that will support trade within the continent as well as outside the continent. and we have to do that in a financially sustainable way. So for us to be able to actually deal with the issues affecting intra-African trade, trade between Nigeria and Egypt, Cameroon and Nigeria, we actually thought that we need to come up with an intra-African trade strategy within the bank, which we actually developed in 2016. That was even before the AfCFTA negotiations were concluded. And we had already started at AfreximBank to focus on promoting intra-African trade. And the bank was basically looking at intra-African trade from a number of perspectives. There's the trade in goods, trade in services. We're also looking at the informal sector, which is very important. And we also know that between Nigeria and Cameroon, around Cross River State, there's a lot of informal trade that takes place. What is it that we can do working with the governors to formalize that trade? That's why we are focusing on informal cross-border trade. A lot of young people, especially women, are seen trying to actually trade cross the borders. So at the bank, we are now coming up with financial interventions to formalize that informal trade and support those women who are actually trying to do trade across the borders. We are also looking at trade between Africa and the diaspora. It's part of our definition of intra-African trade. I will speak more about this. And of course, we really need to focus on trade in manufactured or value-added goods. And if you then look at the next slide, it speaks about the bank's intervention through the three key pillars: create, connect, and deliver. Under create, what we are basically saying is that we need to work with the sub-sovereigns, governors, states, people at the grassroots to facilitate capacity for production, processing, manufacturing. We've got a whole range of financial instruments that will support the private sector to be able to produce value-added goods and services. We are supporting the establishment of industrial parks. We've got a number of instruments that are supporting the create pillar. We also noted that you can produce goods, but you also need to have a way of connecting those who are producing goods with the market. So under our connect pillar, we are also identifying all the key institutions that we need to put in place to actually connect the trade and facilitate the development of continental, regional value chains. Under the deliver pillar, we need to ensure that we create an environment where we can get good, and we are tackling this with a number of initiatives that we have under our deliver pillar. If you move on to the next slide, this will just show you that intra-African trade is very low, as was highlighted earlier on. We need to do something about it. And what is very interesting for me is that we did a study way back in 2016, which actually revealed that Kenya is not trading a lot with Zambia, is that there is lack of access to trade and market information. Somebody here in Nigeria does not even know that there's an opportunity to actually trade with another country in Egypt and vice versa. How do we bridge that gap? It starts at the grassroots level. You governors, you need to have trade to up to 38% from 16 or 17% by just sharing trade and market information. So these are some of the things that we need to do. And we realize that we are also importing from outside the continent some of the products that, for example, Nigeria could be producing and exporting. For example, take a case of livestock. Overall, we import a lot of livestock from outside the continent, whereas Niger or Sudan, these other countries, Botswana, they've got a lot of livestock. Why are we going to Brazil to import 4 billion worth of meat? If two countries go to war, we are starving. I think we really need to do something about it. I will not even talk about the other sectors, but that's the reality that, honorable governors, we need to confront. Just look at the commodities. Africa, we are not poor. We are rich. We have these commodities. And The problem is that we are exporting them in unprocessed format. We really need to focus on value addition, mineral beneficiation, agro-processing. This is the only way in which we can create sustainable jobs for our people. We export almost more than 80% of commodities in their raw forms. We are exporting jobs. We are exporting income. We are basically disadvantaging our people. So this is a call for you, Your Excellencies, to really look at all these issues, working with AfreximBank and others to address these issues and focus on localization of production. We also know that these are the minerals that we have in the continent and we need to do something about it. Then my colleague Prudence talked about the AfCFTA. So if you look at the opportunities, they are immense. But my question is, when we are presented with these opportunities, if you move to the next slide on opportunities, my question is, what are the governors doing at the grassroots level to tap into these opportunities? Agri-business, 41% increase in intra-African trade. What are you doing at the sub-national level to ensure that your people actually benefit from this? These are some of the things that you need to look at. You need to move to the next slide. Then if you look at the financial instruments that we've put in place to support intra-African trade. Yes, one more slide. So we've put a range of instruments. My president has already talked about the 20 billion we disbursed over the past 5 years. And we are going to double that over the next 5 years again to 40 billion to support the implementation of the AfCFTA. How do we do that? I'll just highlight some of the few instruments that we have. And one of them is the Global Facility for Intra-African Trade Champions. These are basically the big entities like Dangote, El Swidi. These are the large entities that we actually support with a global financing facility so that they can actually do the investment and the trading that they need to do. We also ensure that when our president is going on mission, visiting other countries, other sub-sovereigns, he also goes with these business people to actually ensure that they also look at investment opportunities in those countries. It could be construction, energy, etc. So we want now to work with you, honorable governors, to ensure that you are also exposed to some of these big companies we have in Africa that can actually help us to facilitate intra-African trade and investment. Sometimes we tend to look outside when the solution is within the continent. We also have got an intra-African investment finance facility, which also helps to ensure that those investors that want to invest in Africa, they are actually given the support from the bank in terms of ensuring that the business people are protected. We also have the intra-African investment guarantees, which also guarantees the investors, the business people invest in Africa against any adverse actions that may be taken. Export contract availability guarantee. We have got other forms of guarantees, merchant marine facility for the maritime sector, as well as the project preparation facility that my president talked about. We can discuss this in detail with you so that you understand all these things that we are doing. We are also trying to promote the franchise of, especially African franchises that want to go to other African countries. We've got a franchise facility for that. We also support contract and toll manufacturing, as well as contract agriculture, which is very important. So these are some of the instruments that we have. And if I move on to the facilitation interventions, if you move to the section on facilitation interventions, you realize that the problem for intra-African trade is not only resolved by throwing money, finance, but we actually need to look at facilitation. So you need to move to the facilitation section, a couple of slides. Yes, go to the next one. Yeah. So we have got a range of facilities. This is very important because as countries now start to liberalize their trade, they will be losing revenue in the short term. But we have actually realized that we need to put in place a compensation mechanism to enable them to adjust in a smooth way. So the bank is actually working with the FCFTA Secretariat on the adjustment fund, and we will be operationalizing it before the end of this year, and then we will be working with you at the sub-national level to also ensure that you can access funding through your private sector entities, including SMEs, to also participate in regional value chains, to deal with some of the infrastructure projects, to support industrialization. So this adjustment fund will help you to do that. If you move to the next initiative, you realize that we are also working on what we call the Africa Trade Gateway. Next slide, yes. This is very important because at AfreximBank, we believe that the future is digital. So we are now establishing a super platform, a digital platform, which will help us to break some of the barriers that Prudence was talking about. So the Africa Trade Gateway has got about 4 key components. And the first one is the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System that my president talked about. This is going to revolutionize intra-African trade. Right now, trade between sub-sovereigns is not taking place because you need to go and look for Forex before Cameroon trades with Nigeria. When we start implementing the PAPs, you will be able to trade amongst yourselves using local currencies. That's what the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System will do. And it will actually help us to increase intra-African trade. Those low percentages that we saw will actually go up. The other instrument that I want to talk about is the Africa Customer Due Diligence Information Repository that we call MANSA. It's basically a KYC platform which will help you to be able to do your KYC and go to the bank and get money. But also, most importantly, it will enable a trader in Egypt to be able to trade with somebody sitting in Zambia. You go through that platform and you get to know who the real person behind that company is. So that's what the MANSA platform will do in brief. And then I talked about trade and market information. So we actually realized that trade and market information is very important. We also have got the TRADA intelligence and the regulations, which will deal with that. And these are some of the instruments that we have. We also have the ATEX, which is a B2B platform, which helps us to be able to actually facilitate trade within the continent using AfCFTA rules. And we are also using it to do extra African trade, facilitating the importation of grains and fertilizer from Ukraine. This is the platform that is actually being used to address this challenge. And if you go to the next, I'll just highlight, there's the Transit Guarantee Scheme. If you move to that, that is also another instrument that we have. And you can move to the next, yes. So the Transit Guarantee Scheme, my president talked about it. It will help you to actually move goods within the continent with just one single transit bond, as opposed to posting bonds at each and every border. And this is very important for the continent. And I want to, if we move to the next one briefly, trade carrying infrastructure is very important. And we have actually seen that this is one of the challenges that we need to address to facilitate trade within the continent. And the bank is actually working on all modes of infrastructure, from rail, road, maritime. We are also working with Nexim under the Sea-Link project. We also have been engaging with Nigeria, Cameroon under the ECO-CUMFUM joint border post. So these are some of the initiatives that we have. If you go to the next, we are also training especially SMEs on how to export within the continent. That's the next slide, which is talking about how to export. If you also go to the next slide, we are also building what we call Africa Quality Assurance Centers. And we have one actually which is about to be concluded in Ogun State. It is going to be a state-of-the-art testing, certification, and inspection center that will facilitate trade, but ensuring that the goods that are traded, they are safe to consume and they are healthy. And we are also going to now consider another one in Kaduna State, as well as Imo State. So these are some of the things that we are looking at, as well as Egypt, Tanzania. If you move to the next slide, you also notice that we are also working on industrial parks, and we actually have one in Enyimba State. We also are looking at one in Kaduna on the green economy, and these are some of the infrastructure that we are putting in place. If you move to the next slide, we're also looking at the automotive sector, which is also very important, and Nigeria actually has to play a vital role in this automotive strategy, and this is a sector that is critical under the AfCFTA. So if you go to the next slide, we are looking at harmonization of standards, and then the slide after that is about the intra-African trade fair, which is very important, and this is basically one of my second to last slides. We had one in Durban where we actually had about, if you look at the next slide, $42 billion in deals that were generated in KwaZulu-Natal province, which is also a sub-sovereign. So we are now looking at the next edition to be in Cote d'Ivoire, and I would like to invite all of you, Your Excellencies, to that intra-African trade fair, which is going to take place from 21 to 27 November. It is very important. It's an important platform for you to actually network, share trade and market information, share the information that you have with the other people, and we hope that we'll be able to actually conclude deals that will also benefit your states. And to try and conclude, I also have got the slide on creative economy and the diaspora. I'll just summarize that these are also very important sectors for the sub-sovereigns, especially the creative economy. We saw what happened in the morning. That was creative. And this is a huge opportunity that we need to capitalize on. Nollywood has vast opportunities in this, but there are also other states that have got opportunities in the creative area. And under the diaspora strategy, we also have got a vast opportunity. We've got 30 to 50 million people in the diaspora. You as governors at the sub-sovereign level, you need to network with these people in the diaspora, and would like to also invite you to a session where we can discuss with you after this meeting how we can help you to raise money from the diaspora using diaspora bonds. I've got my colleagues who are here. We've seen it in India, Kerala State, in Israel, Philippines. They raised a lot of money using diaspora bonds. We can help you to do that. So we've got other initiatives that promote trade and investment. I will not go into detail on those ones on time, but if you, we'll leave you with the information. We also have, if you look at the last slide, we also have got our equity financing instrument, which we call Fund for Export Development, which also provides equity for those that need to access cheap and patient equity to establish your businesses. So these are some of the key instruments that I wanted to share with you, and I hope that after this we'll be able to discuss with you in detail on how we can actually collaborate with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Your Excellencies, this panel discussion. The first one will be focusing on leveraging AfCINAT in promoting and facilitating intra-African investments, opportunities and challenges. Let me welcome the following panel members. I'd like to welcome here His Excellency, the Governor of Edo State, Mr. Godwin Obaseki. Let me welcome Mr. Husni Muhammad Abdu, Minister Counselor at the Embassy of Comoros in Morocco and Special Advisor to the Governor's Cabinet. His Excellency FCPA Ahmed Abdullahi, Vice Chairperson of the Council of Governors, Kenya. Mr. Umaru Dogari Mumuni, President Niamey, Nigeria Republic. Mr. Siaka Dembele, Chairman of the Association of Regions of Mali. You're welcome, sir. Since the early 2000s, African sub-regional governments have played a critical role in expanding industrial activities, growing intra-African trade and economy. As a result, sovereigns must strengthen their positions in contributing to the continent's overall economic development and integration through platforms such as the African Sub-Sovereign Network. The AFSNet is a platform for strengthening sub-sovereign governance across the continent as a solid foundation for economic development, including intra-African trade and investment. So this session, we'll be taking a look at the cooperation, collaboration among the sub-sovereign governments in intra-African trade, investment, industrialization, and development. So, Your Excellencies, I welcome you all. You're welcome. I would like to start from home. Your Excellency, the Governor of Edo State, let me kick off with you. And I just want to know, how can sub-sovereignty, are there any lessons to be drawn from other regional collaborations in the world? Please, the Governor's microphone. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. First, let me thank the AfreximBank, the Governors Forum, and all of those who've put this event together for an amazing, work they've done. Just listening to the earlier presentations, the last two presentations, it is clear to us, or to me, that at the continental level, quite a lot of work has been done in terms of putting in place structures and institutions to facilitate trade, intra-African trade. Also, at the national levels, quite considerable work has also been done. But like one of the presenters said, trade actually occurs between people at the local level. And if you think about one of the things inhibiting trade, you have to look at the structure of our countries. Why is it that almost after 60 years, we are not seeing the level of intracontinental trade like we should? At the core of it is the tension in our politics between the federal governments and the local governments or sub-regional governments where trade actually occurs. I think so the focus, while we're dealing with the technical issues, we should also look at how do you devolve more powers, more authorities from the center to the subnationals? How do you devolve power from the subnationals to the businesses and individuals within communities? For trade to occur on the continent, two things need to happen. First, we need to produce. Production occurs at the state levels. The states have to ensure, or the subnationals have to ensure that they create the environment for production to occur. For production to occur, you need to provide things like infrastructure, the right policies, and the environment. Because as government, you have to deal with business people on a daily basis, particularly small businesses. How do you ensure that you give them permits? How do you ensure that you understand the challenges they are facing? How do you make sure that governments are not oppressive, excessively oppressive, and inhibit their trading activities? The second and final point I want to make is that even when you produce, you have to produce competitively, because there are people bringing in products from other parts of the world. And if these products come in cheaper than what you are producing them for in your own domains, then your citizens will go for the cheaper goods from outside markets rather than buying the goods that are produced in the neighboring countries for trade. So that's going to be my intervention for now.
Okay, thank you very much. But I think my takeaway from there is that it's very critical for African nations to devolve power. It's also very important to be productive, and the production has to be competitive. And then when we look at, let me come to you, sir, Mr. Husni Mohammed Abdul, the Honorable Minister, Chancellor at the Embassy of the Union of Commerce. I welcome you to Nigeria. You're welcome. So what trade challenges currently exist in the region, and what trade policies will be required to strengthen trade and enhance competitiveness in Africa? And His Excellency Governor had talked about being competitive. So what can we begin to do in the region?
Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup pour l'invitation. Je vais m'exprimer en français. Merci pour cette problématique de commerce intra-africain, spécialement le dernier docteur Guémor par rapport aux problèmes non tarifaires que nous connaissons d'une manière structurelle. Mais je vais mettre l'accent par rapport à la question que vous m'avez posée sur le problème de compétitivité. Je vais mettre l'accent sur deux choses. La première, c'est que je partage parfaitement le message de mieux faciliter le commerce intra-région. Mais mon premier point que je voulais partager, c'est que d'une manière structurelle, nous présentons dans l'ensemble de nos régions un grand problème d'infrastructure, d'appui au commerce. Nous ne pouvons pas faciliter l'échange de commerce, enfin les échanges commerciaux, sans infrastructures liées au commerce. Je veux bien sûr parler des ports, des aéroports, des routes, mais aussi de faciliter aussi la circulation des biens et des services. Cela a été dit par les premiers présentateurs. Donc l'exemple a été pris sur le temps que passe un conteneur dans un port ou dans une ville pour traverser une frontière. C'est incroyable. Moi, je viens des Comores et vous ne pouvez pas imaginer, entre Dar es Salaam et Moroni, il faut attendre aussi plus de 30 jours pour qu'un conteneur transite à Dar es Salaam vers Moroni. Ce n'est pas normal. Tout ceci est lié aux problèmes d'infrastructure liés au commerce. Le deuxième point, c'est bien entendu les opportunités d'affaires qui ne sont pas connues de tous. Il est bien sûr très regrettable qu'aujourd'hui, des Africains, des hommes d'affaires ignorent les opportunités qui se présentent dans les pays voisins. Alors il faut faciliter la circulation des biens et des personnes, surtout pour permettre aux Africains, à la jeunesse, de découvrir les opportunités où qu'elles sont. On ne peut pas continuer à voir cette jeunesse qui pense que l'espoir est ailleurs dans le continent, tout simplement parce qu'ils ont une information comme quoi dans ces continents-là, aux États-Unis, en Europe, il y a des opportunités, mais en Afrique, ce n'est pas le cas. Donc il faut faciliter cela. Je pense que ça a été relevé aussi tout à l'heure, parce que je ne suis pas sûr que même concernant les Comores, il faille attendre que ce soit uniquement des Comoriens qui puissent mieux exploiter le potentiel économique du pays. Nous devons aussi compter sur l'intelligence de nos voisins, les Malgaches, les Tanzaniens, les Nigérians et j'en passe. Donc ce sont les deux points essentiels que je voulais appuyer. Je félicite l'AfreximBank pour l'ensemble des outils qu'ils mettent à la disposition pour faciliter le commerce. Et pour finir, je dirais aussi qu'il est aussi très important que dans ce genre de rencontres, de conférences, on puisse aussi réunir les décideurs, les leaders des collectivités locales que nous sommes, avec le secteur privé, les hommes d'affaires, parce que lorsque nous sommes entre nous ici, nous risquons de répéter les mêmes problématiques que nous connaissons avec chacun sur ces problèmes-là qu'ils rencontrent, que nous devons, en tant que leaders des collectivités locales et même nationales, apporter des solutions. Et je vous remercie. Merci beaucoup.
Well, the only thing I understood was Mexi. Now I regret not taking my French class seriously in secondary school.
You speak English.
My English, you can proceed in English. I will
Okay,
try
you speak English?
My English not so very well.
Okay,
I prefer
now-
speak French to be sure that you understand what I say.
We are having a bit of technical problem with the translation booth. So can you summarize what you just said in English?
Thank you. I will try to summarize. I just say that I agree with my colleague governor in what we said about the local government, the important role that they must have to promote the intra-regional trade in Africa. But also I have 2 points very important. I say that, first of all, we have a big problem dealing with infrastructure to facilitate the commerce. I mean roads, I mean airports, ports. It's very important to know, to understand that if we need to improve intra-Africa trade, we need support for infrastructure, and this is the main problem. The second presentation we have dealing especially with this problem of the transit time we can have in some airports or ports between two neighbors' countries. In my country, for example, in Comoros, we have to wait for 20 or 40 days for a container come from Dar es Salaam. It's unbelievable, but it is the reality. So secondly, I say that it's very important that we do our best to give the information of some opportunity we have in Africa, because if nowadays some people leave Africa because they have information that's in other continents, they have some opportunity. Unless in Africa we have many opportunities, but we have not the information. So we have to facilitate the traveling between us, less this problem of visa, if you have to take a visa to come here for a conference, you will never come to Abuja. It's my first time to come to Abuja, and if I want to come back here, I have to run. So we have to focus also to facilitate this problem of information. I want to facilitate also AfreximBank of all the facilities they promote to help of this intra-Africa trade. Thank you so much. I hope you understand what's
Yes,
happening.
I understand now. And I totally agree with you. Integration on the continent is also to be driven user. His Excellency FCPA Ahmed Abdullahi. You are here with me, sir. You're welcome. That's the Vice Chairperson of the Council of Governors, Kenya. And our love is still with your new president. And so, earlier, when the Honorable Minister of Trade and Investment in Nigeria, when he spoke earlier, talked about ease of doing business, and that's where I'm actually going. The ease of doing business in a country increases investment opportunities. So in your opinion, how can sub-sovereigns make it easier to do business within their economic jurisdiction? Are there any takeaways from the Nairobi experience?
Thank you very much. Excellency Governors, participants, all protocols observed. The question of the ease of doing business, and a case study of what Nairobi done. Nairobi experience can be summarized in 3 areas. In changes to procedures, in changes to processes or process improvements. In permits and in property registration. If I just delve into each of them, between 2014 and 2020, through those interventions, it became considerably easier. And to set up a business fell by 28%, from 32 business days to 14. And the cost to set up business fell by 16 percentage points, from 38% of income per capita to 22. Now, in the process improvements, very basic things were done. Some steps were merged, some steps in the registration process were merged, and others were eliminated. And these include, among other things, the Revenue Authority, the National Health Insurance Fund, and the Social Security Fund all initially required separate registration of businesses, but all that were brought into one business registration in the Attorney General's office under the Registrar of Companies. We also set up a one-stop shop service center called Huduma Centers. Huduma is just service in Swahili. And these were shops that you could walk into to get all government licenses that you required. And they were just across the country everywhere. The process was automated, the registration process, such that anywhere throughout the country, through your phone or the access of a computer, you could make applications for registration of businesses. And then, so as to avoid double taxation within the country, the counties, which are our sub-sovereigns, harmonized taxation. And that made it easier to move goods from one county to the other. All clearance fees from the Environment Authority and the Construction Authority were eliminated to make it easier for the business people in the construction and the building industry. Because that actually made it much more transparent to get building permits. And the process was also automated. There were changes also made in the area of registration of properties. The requirement to obtain consent to transfer property and to obtain rates clearance when transferring property or buying property was eliminated. This measure reduced the time taken to register a property and also eliminated all the associated costs. The land registry was mapped so that all parcels had clear numbers, clear demarcations, and precise boundaries. Electronic conveyancing was also introduced so that the process could be done digitally end-to-end, eliminating all the paperwork in conveyancing of property. And then there was a link of the land registry to the Survey of Kenya through the National Land Information Management System. So this is the Nairobi experience. Simple look at the processes, eliminating paperwork and removing duplication of permits from the various governmental institutions made it much easier for us to do business and actually increased our ease of doing business ranking globally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And some of the things you've talked about sounds more like as if they're coming from Nigeria. You know, His Excellency the Governor of Edo State is here. It's almost like some of the things you are doing in Edo State. But we'll come back to that. Let me come to you, sir, Mr. Umaru Dugari Momoni. He's from Niamey in Niger Republic. And some of the things that has run through the conversation so far is about standards. If we don't have high standards for some of our products, they might not even be exploitable. So let me come to you, sir. How can standards be maintained across Africa, and what role will AFSNet play?
Avant d'intervenir sur ces questions-là, je voudrais conseiller au facilitateur justement de mettre son casque, parce que moi, si je parle anglais, la salle risque de se vider plus rapidement que prévu. Ceci étant, je voudrais, pour commencer, remercier mon président et mon ami, M. Fahimi, et AfreximBank pour l'organisation de cette réunion. Je crois que c'est quand même une première. Et au passage, moi, je voudrais insister sur les territoires que nous représentons. Je crois que notre fêtière africaine CGLU Afrique, avec la région de l'Oriental Maroc, nous avons réuni il y a quelques semaines et nous avons passé ces questions en revue de l'intraterritorialité qui doit exister entre nos territoires. Donc c'est l'opportunité, mais c'est aussi, je crois, chargé de défis. Et M. Fahimi, je vais quand même vous interpeller, puisqu'on vous a porté à la présidence du Forum des régions d'Afrique. Et il faudrait évidemment que, à mon sens, cette interaction entre les collectivités que nous représentons soit une réalité. Car après tout, vous avez beau industrialiser, vous avez beau commercer, vous le faites dans les territoires. Et comme l'a dit tout à l'heure M. Osni, je pense que nous sommes dans la bonne lancée en essayant de nous organiser par nous-mêmes pour que les échanges entre nos territoires soient une réalité. Parce que c'est à travers cela que vous pouvez développer le commerce. Par ailleurs, il faudrait créer les conditions pour que dans nos territoires, il y ait un niveau de développement permettant de consommer, puisque vous produisez sur les territoires, mais vous produisez aussi pour que ce soit nos concitoyens dans les territoires qui consomment. Donc c'est extrêmement important que nos territoires soient regardés, que dans tout ce que nous faisons, nous soyons encore plus regardants sur le développement des territoires, parce que c'est là que s'implantent les outils de production, c'est là que vous avez la masse critique de consommateurs. Je pense aussi que aujourd'hui, tout à l'heure, des experts mieux aguerris que moi ont donné, et aussi l'a rappelé, des indicateurs assez importants. Moi, je pense qu'il est tout aussi important qu'on outille le territoire. Je l'ai dit, on a besoin d'un certain nombre d'infrastructures, on a besoin d'un niveau où vous produisez, si vous n'avez que des pauvres types, ils ne consommeront rien du tout. Évidemment, je suis d'accord sur la compétitivité qu'il faut avoir, mais j'ai vu l'exemple tout à l'heure, on me dit on réduit de 37 jours à 5 jours. Je veux bien, mais si la quantité de conteneurs reste la même, votre 16% ne va pas bouger. pour que votre 16% bouge, il faut qu'il y ait moins de conteneurs. Vous réduisez le temps d'accord, mais déjà, il faut qu'il y ait moins pour que, entre nos territoires, il y ait des biens et des services qui circulent et qui permettent que vous puissiez augmenter les 40% dont vous avez parlé. Parce que vous avez dit que vous pouvez booster ça de 40% pour que vous passiez de 16% à 56%. Forcément, il faudrait qu'il y ait moins de conteneurs qui arrivent. Donc, il faudrait qu'il y ait de la production, et la production, elle ne se fait que sur les territoires. Donc, M. Fahimi, moi, je suis derrière vous pour que ce que nous avons, avec l'appui de CGLU Afrique et de la région de l'Ontario et de l'Association des régions du Maroc, initié à Sédia, que vous puissiez le poursuivre. Du reste, c'est pour ça qu'on vous a mis. Et si vous ne le faites pas, on va vous enlever pour mettre un autre. Donc vraiment, il faut qu'on ait à l'esprit que nous, par les territoires, on peut aider à ce que cela se fasse. Donc, et AfreximBank et les CAF, il faudrait que dans toutes les stratégies, on tienne compte de la territorialité de ce qu'on fait. Je pense que cela est important. Et du point de vue politique, M. Fahimi, il faut que nous travaillions aussi pour que, on a vu à Sédia, les niveaux les différents types de régionalisation qu'il y a et les insuffisances, M. Jean-Pierre Lombassi. Il faudrait qu'on arrive vraiment à faire avancer les choses pour que définitivement les territoires soient pris en compte dans toutes les politiques, y compris celle-là qui nous réunit aujourd'hui. Voilà un peu ce que je peux dire. Tout à l'heure aussi, on a parlé, par exemple, de la viande. Tout le monde sait qu'en Afrique subsaharienne, nous avons la meilleure viande au monde, mais bon, on n'a pas les outils pour la transformation. Il y a aussi, je voudrais relever, et ça aussi avec CGLU Afrique, Jean-Pierre Lombassi, je crois que les questions transfrontalières des territoires, nous avons un certain nombre d'outils que nous utilisons entre les territoires sur les frontières qui marchent bien, qui ne demandent qu'à être renforcés. Donc c'est tout ça qui m'interpelle et que je voulais partager pour que dans tout ce que nous faisons, on puisse aider les territoires en tout cas à pouvoir jouer le rôle qui est le leur dans le cadre de ce commerce interafricain. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Here we have representing Mr. Siaka Dembele, Chairman of the Association of Regions of Mali. We have the Vice President here, Hamini Belko Maiga. Did I get that, sir? All right. And so I will come to you. It's been accepted all over the world that SMEs are regarded as the bedrock of societies and important drivers. I should ask the question in French. Help me. Thank you. Can you hear the interpreter now? Huh? I should go ahead. Can I go ahead? Okay, thank you. So SMEs, I'll be a little bit slow so that the interpreter can get it across to you, are regarded as the bedrock of societies and important drivers of economic growth, job and wealth creation. What kind of support system should sub-sovereigns put in place to develop SMEs, particularly those in the export market, scale up?
Oui, donc merci beaucoup. Tout d'abord, comme mes prédécesseurs, je remercie d'abord la présence du président du Nigeria, son Excellence Mohamed Buhari, parce que quand même ça c'est quelque chose qui a bien rehaussé notre rencontre aujourd'hui et c'est très très important. C'est très important pour nous. Ça démontre un peu sa stature d'intégrateur africain. Donc il est pour l'intégration africaine et c'est très important. Qui a été élu tout dernièrement à Daïda ou à Oujda. Vraiment, nous le remercions beaucoup. Nous remercions aussi tous les organisateurs ainsi que les populations d'Abuja pour l'accueil qui nous a été réservé depuis notre arrivée. Donc, comme lui vient de le dire, mon président est tombé malade à l'aéroport, donc il a fait demi-tour. Je suis le vice-président des régions du Mali. Donc, je n'ai pas grand-chose à dire, d'autant plus que j'adhère à tout ce que mes prédécesseurs ont dit, et vraiment sur tout ce qui est aujourd'hui l'apport des territoires en matière d'intégration économique. Je trouve que de tels échanges nous permettront de mieux connaître et de faciliter nos échanges. Parce que quand même, quand les gouvernements locaux se retrouvent au niveau de toute l'Afrique, c'est très très important par rapport aux échanges économiques. J'encourage les initiatives. Je ne suis pas sorti de très grandes écoles, mais quand même j'ai occupé de hautes fonctions dans mon pays. J'ai aussi occupé des fonctions au niveau international dans des organismes et je suis actuellement avec les collectivités. Donc ça me permet un peu de voir quelle est l'importance de ces rencontres, surtout quand il s'agit des décideurs au niveau des territoires. Et c'est très, très, très important. J'encourage quand même ces initiatives d'intégration économique à travers d'abord notre premier partenaire qui est le CGLIA, vraiment qui nous a beaucoup entraînés dans ces rencontres afin que les gens aient vraiment surtout à travers quand même un pays aujourd'hui qui est très dynamique en matière d'intégration. J'ai nommé le Maroc et sans oublier la région orientale dont le président est ici présent, qui est vraiment à féliciter. La ZLECAF, les produits qu'elle nous donne à travers AfreximBank, avec toutes les facilités aujourd'hui qu'on vient d'entendre d'AFSNet, pour nous, ce sont des opportunités. Ce sont des opportunités qu'on doit saisir aujourd'hui pour pouvoir booster notre économie et les échanges interafricains. Je vous prends l'exemple de mon pays. Nous sommes cette année le premier producteur de coton. Alors, pourquoi aller raffiner le coton en France ou en Chine? On pouvait le faire au Maroc, on pouvait le faire dans d'autres pays, au Nigeria, ici. Et c'est très très important. Ça nous permet quand même aujourd'hui de pouvoir travailler entre nous des échanges intra-africains. Et ça, c'est très 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 important. Concernant les gouvernements locaux, quand même, je pense qu'aujourd'hui, ils sont... tout ce qui se passe sur nos territoires. Qu'on ne se trompe pas, il ne se passe pas ailleurs, il se passe sur nos territoires. Tout se fait sur... Si aujourd'hui il y a une production industrielle et une production agricole, elle se passe sur nos territoires. Qu'il y a aujourd'hui des performances sportives ou aujourd'hui un développement des PME ou des PMI, ça c'est pousser les décideurs qui sont nos États aujourd'hui à nous accompagner, à nous faciliter aujourd'hui ces échanges intra-africains entre nous. C'est-à-dire des échanges, comme vient de le dire mon collègue ici, de Madagascar, des échanges entre le Mali et le Maroc, comme ça se fait actuellement, des échanges entre le Mali et le Nigeria, ça se faisait et ça continue à se faire. Donc, je peux dire aussi que les défis qui nous attendent aujourd'hui, à mon avis, ce sont les sources de financement. On vient d'entendre aussi des possibilités aujourd'hui avec AfreximBank, des possibilités de financement de nos territoires, de nos régions, et ça c'est très très important. On doit y profiter. Et aujourd'hui, à travers notre organisation, dont le secrétaire exécutif est là, et l'ambassade qui est quand même un moteur de cette organisation, pour pouvoir s'unir entre nous. Et aussi les initiatives de l'Union africaine pour les objectifs 2063 sont aussi à saisir. C'est très 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 important pour nos pays. Donc, en gros, on doit saisir ces opportunités aujourd'hui pour pouvoir booster nos échanges entre nous. Et surtout, comme je l'ai dit, je le répète tout de suite, toutes les productions et les transformations de nos produits doivent se faire sur nos territoires et entre nous, échanger entre nos territoires des pays africains. Et ça, c'est très très important. Ça pourra demain, on pourra être un peu plus libre et puis aussi être un peu souverain par rapport à ce qu'on est en train de faire. Le pouvoir local, on a un pouvoir local, régional et sous-régional, il faut qu'on s'assume. Il faut qu'on s'assume. Parce que la finalité de toutes ces décisions, la finalité de tout ce qu'on est en train de faire, ce sont les pouvoirs locaux. Et ça, c'est très, très important. Donc, comme je l'ai dit, on a besoin de la flexibilité de nos décideurs, des États, vraiment pour nous soutenir dans cette aventure. Je pense qu'ils viennent me poser la question, qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire à travers le sport? Le sport aujourd'hui est très très important et je pense qu'il débute dans nos collectivités, il débute à la base chez nous. Donc si aujourd'hui il y a des échanges au niveau des pays, je pense que c'est parti au niveau des territoires et il doit être vraiment, on doit faire des échanges au niveau des pays. C'est pour cela le partenariat public-privé est très important, est très très important pour quand même aujourd'hui faciliter certains échanges entre nos territoires. En tout cas, moi je sors très ravi de ces échanges et surtout de l'expérience qu'on vient d'entendre avec AfreximBank et AFNet. Moi je pense que ce sont des opportunités qu'on ne doit pas rater et vive la suite. Merci.
Thank you very much. I totally agree with you. Sports is important. Integration is very key. But I think our time is fast spent. There are so many issues to be raised. I'll start with you, Your Excellency, the Governor of Edo State. I just saw something online now that you dislodged land grabbers in Edo State. And it's also part of the revolution that you are going through there. But our focus here, as we begin to wind up, a minute per person for your last comment, is what should we be doing in terms of the policies around trade in the region?
At the core of it is our people. It's people that trade, whether in the countries or between the countries. So for us, in terms of policy, the key policy must focus on people. How do you enhance the capacity of our citizens, first to be able to trade? But they need to be knowledgeable. You need to improve your educational systems. You need to give technical skills and technical capacities to a lot more Africans to be able to produce things for themselves. So at the core of policy is people. Policy must focus on training our people to that level where we do not need to be dependent on engineers, on designers, and all the other things, people who design and produce things for us from abroad. The other area of policy is let's focus on those things that we can do easily. Let's start with those areas of trade that we currently are involved in. My colleague from Mali talked about sports. Sports is very rife. It's very areas we've shown very strong advantages on the continent. So the creatives, arts, music. How can we trade amongst ourselves using what we currently have, like agriculture? So our policies will be focused first on our people but more importantly, on...
Thank you very much. Our brother from Comoros, what are your final thoughts on trade as affects the region? Your mic is off.
Okay, I think I will come back to the same point I thought. We have to push for infrastructure that facilitate the trade. As we know, it's the big problem. I come from islands, so if we have some problem in our ports, and we can't export, we can't import anything without a competitive infrastructure. So this is my main message. And AfreximBank have a lot of job to do in this point of infrastructure. So let's push infrastructure, and I agree with my colleague for the specific role that the collectivity, the local government have to do to push for this special topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now go to a man from Kenya. What are your final thoughts? What can we begin to do? The governor called it a low-hanging fruits.
I think the common thread in what everyone has said here really is that production and consumption happens at the grassroots. So, a lot of the good things that we say, be they SDGs, be they peer review, climate action, all those things are deliberated at the national level. And a lot of the times with very little involvement at the subnational level. Yet, this is where the rubber meets the road. This is where the real action happens. So the bringing together of subnationals, the creating of a forum like this, roundtables to benchmark, exchange ideas, and allow our constituents to know what trade opportunities there are continent-wide is what we need to expand trade in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency from Niamey, 1 minute. What should we take away?
Si, merci beaucoup. Je m'en voudrais, Jean-Pierre, si la parole ne m'était pas revenue. Parce que il y a au moins une initiative qui est propre aux collectivités territoriales et qui est l'Agence territoriale Afrique, qui est en construction. Et je pense que l'objectif principal de l'Agence territoriale Afrique, c'est faciliter aux collectivités territoriales ou permettre aux collectivités territoriales l'accès au marché financier international, entre autres. Je pense que, et ça, ce n'est pas une création d'experts internationaux, c'est une création des collectivités territoriales à travers notre fêtière africaine qui est CGLU Afrique. Donc je pense que ce cadre-là, Jean-Pierre et M. Fayemi, je vous interpelle encore une fois pour que l'Agence territoriale Afrique soit intégrée à toute cette démarche avec AfreximBank et tous les autres. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. And so, Mr. Maiga, your 1 minute.
D'abord, d'y croire et de s'assumer. C'est très, très, très important. Face aujourd'hui à tout ce qui se passe dans le monde, il faut s'assumer. Il faut prendre l'exemple sur les territoires aujourd'hui, les gouvernements locaux qui se sont assumés. Ceux qui ne l'ont pas fait, il faut qu'ils les suivent. C'est très, très important. Et c'est de là que viendra notre indépendance économique. Même notre indépendance politique. Si on n'a pas l'indépendance économique, elle ne viendra pas. Et ça, c'est très important. C'est un appel que je lance. Donc, multiplier aussi ces genres de rencontres est très, très important. Ça nous permet d'abord de se connaître, ça nous permet d'échanger des expériences et ça nous permet d'apporter chacun chez soi l'expérience de l'autre. Et c'est très important. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. I totally agree with you. This kind of forum should be all the time, and we should share ideas. I must thank the panel for doing justice to the theme. How I wish we had more time to talk. Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for them, ladies and gentlemen. Photographers, can we take the photograph of the panel now as we stand together? Mr. Chairman, will you want to join the panel, sir? Okay, please. Thank you, sir.
How about
Please, let's wait for the AfreximBank person to join. We shall be going into the second panel later, but right now we'll break for lunch. We'll have about 30 minutes to do that, and then the second panel will commence immediately. Executive room, and then for the rest of us will be the Ark outside. Only the MC can go to the governor's place and the Ark. All right, so enjoy your lunch. Have a wonderful lunch. Let's be back here exactly 30 minutes.
you.
charge referral.
If you can hear me from anywhere, please. We want to start the second session now. Let's come in, please. Please come in and take your seats. Come in and take your seats, please.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day. It's a new life for me, yeah. It's a new dawn, it's a new day. For me, ooh, 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 and I'm feeling good. Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. River running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good. Dragonfly out in the sun, you know what I mean, don't you know? Butterflies all having fun, you know what I mean. Sleep in peace when day is done, that's what I mean. And this old world is a new world and a bold world for
Whoever give me some of the questions you ask him. No, they didn't.
Stars, when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Oh, freedom is mine, and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. That
Yeah, he's saying he didn't have the questions. I was just writing down.
Oh, okay, that's because they were assigned.
Fly me to the moon, let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars.
Okay.
In other words, hold my hand. In other words, baby, kiss me. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true.
Please, let's come in and take our seats, please.
In other words, I love you.
So we'd like to welcome all of you now. Let me quickly invite members of the second panel. And this panel will be taking a look at unlocking infrastructure and industrialization in African regions. Let me welcome here, representing the governor of Bongolava region, Madagascar, is Mr. Adria Manana Mahirizo. So please stand up and join us here. Also in the panel is Mr. Donatien Belgré, Governor of the District of San Pedro, Côte d'Ivoire. It's actually Donatien Belgré. I welcome you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Mr. Umaru Usmanu, Governor of the Northern Region of Cameroon. Please, if Adra Manana Mahirizo from Madagascar can hear me, you can join us on the panel here. Say it. Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu. Professor Peter Ayang Nyongo to also join us. Honorable Kia Segaye Tuke, President Ethiopian Cities Association. Abdem Bibio, President of the Council of the Oriental Region, Kingdom of Morocco. We'll need one more chair here. I think the panel. We need one more chair very quickly. would be a beautiful thing. Do you want to?
No, I don't know the question.
Okay, I was
If they give me the thing.
two more. They're coming. Yeah, okay. Hey, yeah. They didn't plan. Okay, maybe what we could do, if that's what we could do an introductory comment on your perspective on it. It's going to be too late. Yeah, and then take your seats. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We know we've just adjusted the program a little bit. So I will invite His Excellency the Governor of Lagos State, a state that's probably the biggest economy on the continent and the gateway to several countries across the continent, to make an introductory remark on the subject matter, and then the conversation will take over.
So we're just thinking, right on the foot, and we're saying a panel that has 7, 8 people will probably be too, wieldy. But I know that every of the panelists, have something important to say, and I think it's important for us to hear them out. So as one of the hosts, governors, I think I can just make 2-3 minutes, and I can create space, and room for my other colleagues from other territories and from other countries to truly, really be able to do justice to it. So thank you very much, Mr. Real Moderator, and thank you very much, Chairman of our forum and distinguished members of this conference that have come from far wide. So when we talk about infrastructure and infrastructure development, which is one of the critical, drivers of governance, we need to look at it from a broad perspective. These days you could have hardcore infrastructure. You also could have, soft infrastructure. I imagine that this discussion will be looking at the hardcore infrastructure because human capital index is in some sorts, people also consider them as soft infrastructure. But under, hardcore infrastructure is to look at the entire spectrum of infrastructure from construction to power infrastructure to rail infrastructure, transportation infrastructure, logistics infrastructure, and all of the gamut of it. And I'm sure several of our panelists will, have opportunity to just discuss this in broad sense. So for me, it's one of the critical takeaways that we need to do and do well in Africa, right? We've realized that we are here together, but we're far apart. Infrastructure, we have not used it to connect ourselves enough. And what do I mean? It's cheaper, to get to Europe than sometimes to get to an African country. You realize that our goods and services, appears to be a lot more expensive amongst ourselves than sending it to, an European or an Asian country. And the reason is because we have not developed enough core infrastructure amongst ourselves that can indeed help that African, single market that we're talking about to make it a lot more viable, right? So if I want to go to, some part of Africa, you realize that we probably need to first travel out, before you come back in. A lot of people will go on Emirates airline before they even come back to an African country. Some of those narratives are changing now, but we can do a lot more. And we're beginning to see that interconnecting infrastructure now being developed. In Nigeria, for example, I'm aware that we're starting the Kano to Marada, in Niger, rail infrastructure. There's another infrastructure from Enugu, to Mbempi or something in Cameroon. That's another level of infrastructure. I'm aware of also the Lagos, Abidjan, West African, infrastructure connection, the road infrastructure. That's another one, right? We're talking about the Nigerian, Morocco,
pipeline infrastructure. That's another form of infrastructure. So these are some of the strong infrastructure connectivity that we need to develop amongst ourselves, whereby we can indeed, intercorrelate and interrelate amongst ourselves faster. Our people can move without borders in and out of our various nations, and we can move goods and services faster, once we as subnationals and as national deliberately create, those infrastructure. But the second part to it will be, so how do we finance this infrastructure, right? And I think studies have also shown, I think it was the African Development Bank that said that we need about 170 billion to about 200 billion in the next 5 to 7 years for us to be able to meet some of our, inter-Africa connectivity in terms of infrastructure. That's a lot of money. If you say today, 150 to 200 billion dollars just to build, the connectivity. So that's why we need to also be very creative here. What kind of financing do we now need to have to be able to create those infrastructure, right? We all look at the easy way is maybe debt financing. Debt in itself is not a problem. Debt in itself is not bad, but it is what quality of debt are we creating? What is the kind of debt profile that we're building? Of course, a long-term debt that is low interest cost will be, in my view, the way to go. So when we're beginning to see, 5-year, 10-year money on core infrastructure and at rates in which we can access with some of our big development banks, then we're beginning to know that that is how we can develop ourselves, right? And we can use a whole lot of creativity. In Nigeria, I'm sure they've used the Sukuk, in funding to be able to fix some infrastructure challenge. A few other, creative funding of creating options that are coming up. The green bonds, the blue bonds, all sorts of bonds are now being created, that can indeed be long tenure, and we can use them, for some of the infrastructure challenges, that I have. And that's why we need to pull the likes of AfreximBank, AFDB, Islamic Development Bank, the World Bank, and all of them. Let's move away from, asking the World Bank to just be able to do peer review and just study for us. Let them also be able to use, the borrowing they want to give us to develop core infrastructure amongst ourselves. Let them be able to give us real financing that will develop our economy, not financing that will just be to go and do study, or not financing that will just go and be to do aid somewhere. That's not the kind of infrastructure finance. That's not the kind of financing we're looking for. We're looking for people that can indeed help us, build, territories within ourselves, and we can create that ecosystem where African Continental Free Trade Agreements, can indeed, come to reality. I think I should just stop there so that I don't take, all of the time that our great panelists will also be talking, to me about. But I think infrastructure is one of the ways to go. It's really just about us finding how we go about it, what are the metrics we need, and what are the financing options that are supposed to be available for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. He's from the Center of Excellence in Nigeria, and you can feel that in his dissection of the issues. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We appreciate you. Very quickly, from Lagos State, Nigeria, I'm going straight to Bongolava region, and Adre Manana, you're here. Okay. Now, my question will be, what are the most pressing industrial challenges in your region, and what is the nexus? What is the connection between infrastructural development and industrial advancement? How do you connect infrastructure and industrial development in your region?
Je vous remercie. Et je profite aussi de l'occasion de remercier son Excellence qui a bien voulu honorer la deuxième conférence. Et je ne suis pas le gouverneur de l'AVA qui est prévu, mais laisser la place à Madagascar, je crois bien que pas tout bon. Ça. Et pour être bref, là, d'abord, avant son accession en tant que président de la République, il a défini 13 priorités. Et dans ces promesses, il y a le développement industriel, il y a aussi l'amélioration des infrastructures. Et puis, l'État, l'État octroie des budgets pour les développements industriels et infrastructures. Mais quand même, il y a le gouverneur peut prendre des initiatives pour le développement industriel et l'infrastructure aussi. Bon, si je parle un peu de politique de l'État d'abord, pour chaque district, il y a la mise en place de l'ODOF. C'est une structure qui vise à mettre en place des PME ou PMI dans chaque district. Et puis, il y a 113 districts. Et pour le développement de l'infrastructure, je parle surtout ici d'abord pour l'infrastructure routière, il y a la subvention reçue de l'État. Et je vais parler maintenant du rôle du gouverneur dans tout cela. Bon, le gouverneur peut prendre des initiatives aussi pour intégrer des partenaires financiers pour l'amélioration des infrastructures et puis pour le développement industriel. Mais il y a aussi une initiative qui a été déjà prise avec le Maroc pour la libre-échange commercial. C'est le commencement, je crois bien. Et même le seul problème maintenant, c'est que, comme vous savez, pour l'infrastructure d'abord, les infrastructures existantes sont celles qui étaient construites par entre parenthèses, les colons. Là, à leur départ, c'est plus opérationnel la majorité. Il y a même des industries de transformation, mais jusqu'à présent, maintenant, c'est plus opérationnel. Par exemple, il y a le chemin de fer, c'est presque inopérationnel, là, juste quelques lignes ferroviaires qui sont actuellement opérationnelles. Il y a aussi les industries, comme j'ai déjà dit. Alors là, qu'est-ce qu'on va opter? Et si on attend pour avancer pour la construction des nouvelles infrastructures, je crois bien que Madagascar sera le dernier. Mais alors là, qu'est-ce qu'on va opter là? Bon, on va avec les infrastructures existantes et opérationnelles, là, on va bouger avec ça, on va avancer avec cela. Et surtout, comme vous savez tous, si on exporte des produits, ce que je veux dire par là, sans aucune transformation, ça ne pourrait pas apporter quelques bénéfices très, très tangibles. Et aussi, il y a aussi la complexité de la procédure pour l'exploitation, c'est-à-dire qu'il y a trop d'exigences pour permettre d'exporter des produits chez nous. Maintenant, il y a le gouvernement qui est en train de voir ça pour faciliter tout ça. Et ça aussi, ça exige beaucoup de choses. Moi, je parle ça, je ne suis pas du tout un moralisateur, mais bon. D'abord, est-ce que la population est déjà prête pour ce changement? Ce que je veux dire, pour un exemple, par exemple, il y a un produit, peut-être par exemple un jean qui vient de Maurice, il y a un autre qui vient de l'Europe. Il y a la mentalité, notre mentalité qui, bon, on préfère les produits qui sont fabriqués ailleurs qu'en Afrique. Est-ce que c'est déjà préparé? Mais ça ne constitue pas du tout un frein. On pourrait avancer et en même temps sensibiliser, conscientiser la population. Il y a aussi la professionnalisation. Ce que je veux dire par professionnalisation, si on veut, l'autre blocage maintenant, c'est qu'il y a des gens qui veulent acheter quelque chose, mais la quantité, la qualité, est-ce que ça remplit les conditions nécessaires, leurs exigences? Alors là, qu'est-ce que le gouverneur fait dans tout cela? Bon, on donne davantage à la formation agricole pour que tout le monde soit un professionnel comme ça. On augmente le terrain à cultiver. C'est comme ça, c'est ça notre maintenant. Et on peut chercher aussi des partenaires. Hein, je dis partenaires. Je profite de l'occasion parce que AfreximBank n'est pas encore représenté chez nous. Est-ce qu'il est temps de faire ça? Parce que travailler avec les partenaires existants maintenant, je crois bien qu'on travaille avec d'autres qu'africains. Est-ce qu'on peut atteindre notre objectif avec ce genre de banque? Alors là, je profite de l'occasion de demander est-ce qu'il est possible pour AfreximBank de venir pour s'implanter, pour faciliter, parce que tout le monde sait que Madagascar est une île. Mais on a beaucoup de potentialité économique. Hein? On a beaucoup de potentialité économique. Bon, dans ma première intervention, c'est pour vous dire qu'il y a une volonté tangible pour le développement industriel, mais les industries qui étaient auparavant opérationnelles, maintenant, c'est plus opérationnel maintenant. Et les infrastructures, bon, ça pose des problèmes. Merci.
Thank you very much. I totally agree with you. Partnership is very key in developing infrastructure. And also, how do we begin to deepen the relationship amongst African nations? I want to come to you, Professor Nyong'o. Agree that it is a key driver to progress in nations. What framework can be put in place to enhance infrastructure, a greater role in the infrastructural development of our continent? Professor, please.
Like ECOWAS or within its, and then we go to the African integration in Africa to develop itself. But we allow this race. The story is a high potential for Africa. We've spoken about responsibility of each African country. Really, I think by UCLG taking a step to establish the African Territorial Agency, should not hesitate as sub-regional governments from supporting that initiative, that it would develop a source of internal financial capacity to finance the kind of development and infrastructural connection we need in Africa for our economies to grow. In other words, I'm calling for a time action plan in every area. If you're going to have this meeting next time, let's have it with islands industry, another one with shipping lines, another one ICT, so that we make progress from one area of communication and from integration to the other. And then we can see what the outcome is within a decade. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. I'd like to come to you, Mr. Donation Belere. Did I get that right? Yes, thank you. We all listened to the professor speak about the need for us to drill down the conversation around infrastructure. But I want you to focus more on what role do you think AFSNet should play in promoting infrastructural and industrial development and enhancing cross-border trade transactions across Africa. What specifically do you think AFSNet should do in this area? In the area of promoting infrastructural and industrial development, AFSNet. Okay.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur le modérateur. Avant de répondre à votre question, permettez-moi, au nom du président Akaouele, qui est le président de la fêtière des régions de Côte d'Ivoire, de saluer également le président de notre nouveau forum, fraîchement élu, de saluer également le président d'AfreximBank, de saluer le secrétaire général de CGLU Afrique, sans oublier notre hôte, il y a moins d'un mois, le président de la région de l'Oriental, qui nous ont bien reçus. Je voudrais vous dire ceci, pour répondre à votre question. Vous savez, les États centraux ont fait leur part de développement et continuent de faire leur part de développement. Notamment, le développement a été fait pour ce qui est de mon pays et pour certains pays également. Des infrastructures routières, des grandes infrastructures routières ont été mises en place. Le mix énergétique a été mis en place et est en train d'être mis en place. Un pays en développement ne peut se faire sans développer son mix énergétique. Et puis, il y a encore aussi des infrastructures dont il faut parler. Tout cela a été mis en place et est en train d'être mis en place. Et ça a été mis en place avec quoi? Justement, c'est ça le plus important. Ça a été mis en place avec le secteur privé, dans le cadre des PPP, programme partenariat public-privé. Là, on est en macro, là. Maintenant, le développement se fait à la base. Mais la base, c'est qui? La base, c'est quelle structure? La base, ce sont les gouvernements locaux. Ce sont les collectivités. Toutes les collectivités. Donc, à la base, pour pouvoir réussir cela, il faut que l'État central nous permette aussi, de pouvoir développer l'aspect secteur privé. Parce que les infrastructures de base, on sait tous les faire. On sait construire des écoles, on a construit des écoles, on a électrifié nos villages, nos collectivités. Ça, on sait le faire. Mais maintenant, il faut que nous apportions la richesse dans nos localités avec le secteur privé. C'est pour cela que tout à l'heure, vous me demandiez, alors, est-ce qu'avec la structure dont vous parliez, on peut la faire? On peut effectivement la faire. Et je pense même qu'on doit la faire avec elle. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, il faut faire du lobbying. Et l'un des éléments du lobbying est également la présence d'AfreximBank. Aucun pays tout seul ne peut aller au développement tout seul. Nous avons besoin de structures comme celle-là. Nous avons besoin d'AfreximBank. Et nous avons besoin, nous tous ensemble aussi, de pouvoir réfléchir. Donc voilà ce que moi je peux dire. Aucune collectivité ne peut aller au développement tout seul. Et sortons des chantiers battus. Créons la richesse avec les structures privées, avec ces structures-là, au risque de me répéter. Voilà ce que je voulais un peu vous dire pour répondre à votre question. Nous y croyons, mais pas tout seul.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I agree with you totally. We can make it, but we cannot do it alone. It's something that we need to do together. I'd like to quickly come to you, Mr. Umaru Usmanu. Cameroon, please tell us, where should governments such as your country and businesses across Africa channel their investment efforts to enhance and promote infrastructure and industrialization in Africa? Where should they begin to channel their resources?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Permit me to continue in French to make myself understand by the assistant. Monsieur le Président du Forum des régions d'Afrique, permettez-moi de vous remercier pour l'opportunité que vous nous donnez en nous invitant ici et de remercier le gouvernement nigérian pour l'assistance et les facilités. La question relative au secteur dans lequel l'on devrait s'intéresser au niveau des gouvernements subnationaux se pose en termes de lien que l'on veut faire entre l'industrialisation, le développement des infrastructures, l'industrialisation et le développement global de nos collectivités. Tout à l'heure, l'un des partenaires disait qu'il faut qu'on assume le transfert des compétences qui est fait en direction des collectivités. Et pour assumer cela, il faudrait que nous acceptions de jouer le rôle qui est le nôtre. Donc nous pensons qu'au-delà des infrastructures traditionnelles de transformation que nous avons hérité peut-être de la période coloniale ou bien des derniers investissements des États centraux, nous devons nous assurer de bâtir une compétitivité, une attractivité de nos collectivités territoriales décentralisées. Et pour le faire, nous devons aller au-delà des infrastructures et de l'industrialisation traditionnelle pour toucher des secteurs où nous avons un avantage comparatif. Nous avons parlé de l'agriculture, nous avons parlé du transport, nous avons parlé de l'énergie, nous avons parlé de l'eau, notamment l'assainissement. Parce que quel que soit le niveau d'infrastructure que nous pourrons mettre en place, si elle ne vient pas s'intégrer dans une infrastructure de base sociale à même de la recevoir, nous perdrons notre temps. Que serviraient des hôpitaux, que serviraient des autoroutes ou bien des aéroports ou des ports dans un environnement où les gens sont encore en train de souffrir des maladies hydriques. Donc nous avons la nécessité d'aller au-delà des infrastructures de base pour nous attaquer aux secteurs tels que l'agriculture, l'énergie globalement, l'eau et autres. La deuxième interprétation que l'on devrait avoir à ce niveau-là, c'est comment nous assurer que les interventions que nous faisons dans ce secteur sont porteurs de développement. Nous avons reçu ce matin des exposés sur les outils de financement. L'ingénierie financière est disponible au niveau de notre continent. Nous pouvons saisir. Les subnationaux doivent savoir ce processus. Voir vendre son attractivité, voir parler de leur potentialité et accompagner à la fois la liberté de circulation des biens, la liberté de circulation des hommes, la liberté de circulation par rapport à ces questions que vous nous posez. Je vous remercie.
Well, thank you very much. I think one theme runs through some of your contributions, and that's the fact that we need to empower the local governments. We need free flow of information, and it's important that we deepen our connectivity. I'm coming to you, Ethiopia. Your airline is probably, if not the best, one of the best on the continent, and is becoming an ambassador for Africa across the world. The Ethiopian Airlines is doing absolutely very well. So I want you to tell us some of the hurdles that we must overcome to increase airline connectivity across Africa, and how can a network like the African sub-sovereign governments promote airline connectivity? How can we do that so that it doesn't take you hours and days to connect fellow African countries? Your airline is doing absolutely very well. What can we learn from you?
Thank you, moderator, as well as thank you, organizers, for this opportunity. I'm so humbled and delighted to have this opportunity to present my country's view in front of this big occasion. I believe in order to bring African development vision, this is important time. So as you know that our problem is very complex. Our continent is wide and that need collaborative effort, collaborative action. So this platform is important for Africans to come with collaborative effort and collaborative action. As you know that African development and industrialization can be only achieved with simultaneous development and infrastructure. So infrastructure is very important for African development, for African industrialization. As you know that African countries, we have most populous continent in Africa, in the world. We have huge number of young population. So in order to bring development in this continent, we have to work on industrialization mechanism. Also, we have to invest and work on infrastructure. So infrastructure investment and investing in industrialization is important and imperative for Africa development. So regarding Ethiopian experience, as you know that Ethiopia is most populous country in Africa, the second most populous countries. Nevertheless, the country is one of the least urbanized countries in the continent, with only 20% of its population living in urban area. So nowadays, Ethiopia is on a fast track of rapid urbanization, which is faced with development challenges to provide appropriate places, space, and economic and social opportunities for urban residents. So, unlike to this, now the Ethiopian government is attempting to invest on infrastructure, also working on industrialization through establishing industrial parks. Again, Ethiopian government working also the regional integration with other African countries, because Addis Ababa in Ethiopia is also, as you know, the hub of African integration, African conference, African culture. So we are committed to working to integrate Africa on infrastructure, on development. Also, we are currently working on free trade area in order to collaborate all African in order to achieve the industrialization process in Africa. So generally, I believe nowadays, in order to bring sustainable development in Africa, working on infrastructure, working on institutions, integrating Africa with each other is important, and only solution for come with new huge effort in order to solve our problems, which have wide dimensions. Nowadays, if you share your Ethiopian experience of industrialization, we start expanding industrialization through building industrial zones, different parts of country. So government invests in building industrial parks, and then call foreign investors in order to invest in Ethiopia. So through this way, my country is successful in industrialization. Also, this lesson will be a lesson for other African countries. So finally, we have to collaborate. We have to invest in infrastructure. We have to give priority for industrialization in order to achieve African vision of development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go straight to Morocco. And the President of the Council of the Oriental Region is here with us. I welcome you to Nigeria. Morocco is a very important country in Africa. You've done so well in the area of infrastructure. What have been the challenges, and how can the rest of Africa learn from Morocco?
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le modérateur, pour donner cette occasion. Bonjour, Mesdames et Messieurs. Permettez-moi tout d'abord de vous présenter mes vifs remerciements pour avoir invité à l'occasion des régions du Maroc à prendre part aux travaux de cette deuxième conférence du réseau des gouvernements souverains africains. À cette occasion, je présente mes remerciements à son Excellence Monsieur Mohamed Buhari, président de la République fédérale du Nigeria, qui nous a honorés par sa présence et qui a donné une grande valeur de cette manifestation. Je félicite également mon ami, le docteur Fahimi, pour son élection à la présidence du Forum des régions d'Afrique, FORAF, et je remercie les organisations de cette rencontre. Aujourd'hui, je veux parler sous le contrôle de mon président, docteur Fahim, et rappeler que la création de FORAF est justement de contribuer de façon coordonnée et concertée entre les régions d'Afrique au développement économique et social de nos régions. Oui, si on parle du rôle des régions en Afrique, est essentiel après la crise de Covid, a démontré son efficacité auprès des populations. Le Maroc a choisi le modèle de la régionalisation avancée sous l'impulsion de Sa Majesté le roi Mohamed VI, que Dieu l'assiste, et constitué aujourd'hui une richesse expérience en matière de décentralisation et de coopération décentralisée. L'Afrique ne peut pas réaliser des projets de développement qui concernent les domaines de l'infrastructure, l'industrialisation et les technologies d'information et de la communication qu'à travers les 3 leviers suivants. Une coopération décentralisée renforcée entre les différents acteurs régionaux et infra-étatiques, mobilisation des compétences africaines des ressources humaines, diversification des sources de financement, adopter une stratégie appuyée sur l'enseignement et l'éducation et recherche scientifique, promotion de la ZLICAF, engager les secteurs publics et privés dans le processus de développement, comme il a dit mon ami président ivoirien, il faut bien penser dans le système de la PPP. Oui, il faut qu'on investisse sur l'infrastructure. Sans infrastructure, on ne peut pas avancer. Le modèle, tu m'as posé la question de le modèle du Maroc. Le Maroc, avant 2000, ça fait avant 22 ans, 23 ans, on n'a que 300 km d'autoroute. Aujourd'hui, on a plus que 2500 km d'autoroute et plus que 3000 km de voies express. L'autoroute, c'est payante, la voie express, c'est gratuite. Sans infrastructure, on ne peut pas avancer. Sauf il y a des projets qui sont, ça marche comme un pacte, comme par exemple des ports. Aujourd'hui, on a un modèle de port de Tangemed au Maroc. Aujourd'hui, il est le plus grand port de le bassin méditerranéen. Ça veut dire qu'il a dépassé tous les ports européens au niveau de le développement et au niveau de capacité. Mais cette port, il est accompagné avec beaucoup de projets, ça veut dire l'autoroute, les chemins de fer, les aéroports. Et aujourd'hui, on a commencé à construire un autre port dans ma région de l'Oriental, c'est le bassin méditerranéen, c'est soit le double de Tangemed, 2 fois Tangemed. Mais il va être accompagné avec d'autres projets. Ça veut dire l'autoroute, toujours le chemin de fer. C'est grâce à ce projet que le Maroc il a avancé. Ils arrivent à ramener des grands investissements. Aujourd'hui, l'investisseur, qu'on vient dans un pays, s'il n'y a pas le port, s'il n'y a pas d'autoroute, s'il n'y a pas des hôtels, s'il n'y a pas des aéroports, il peut pas, on n'est pas compétitif. Il faut l'infrastructure, c'est obligé. Moi, je donne un petit exemple aujourd'hui. Le développement du football en Afrique. Ça fait 20 ans, 25 ans. Avant 20 ans, 25 ans, ce n'est pas le foot aujourd'hui en Afrique. C'est grâce à l'investissement au niveau d'infrastructure, au niveau des terrains, des stades, des centres de formation. Et aujourd'hui, on voit des beaux terrains dans les matchs qu'on voit sur la télévision. Ça veut dire qu'on a besoin de cet investissement au niveau d'infrastructure. Moi, j'étais avant-hier et hier en Côte d'Ivoire. Dans 4 ans, 5 ans, il y a un grand changement. On a entré à 4 heures du matin de l'aéroport à l'hôtel. Tout le chemin, c'est l'autoroute, éclairée. Ça, c'est bien, la vérité. C'est ça l'Afrique. Et on a un modèle de coopération entre le Maroc et la Côte d'Ivoire dans un grand projet. C'est la Crocodie. La Cocodie, c'est une société marocaine et qui est de la région de l'Oriental qui fait l'aménagement de tout ce bassin de Crocodie. Le financement, c'est la banque islamique, c'est les bailleurs de fonds marocains et la BAG. Aujourd'hui, on a beaucoup de fonds africains qui peuvent accompagner ces régions ou ces pays pour développer l'infrastructure. Et l'industrialisation. L'industrialisation, il vient après. S'il n'y a pas tout ce pack d'investissement, on ne peut pas créer les industries. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, l'investisseur, il cherche le coût. Le coût de tout. On a les moyens humains, mais avec toute l'infrastructure, le coût va être moins. Et on a une expérience au Maroc de la région de l'Oriental. Toutes les zones industrielles qui a créé la région de l'Oriental étaient s'évancées par 70%. Si aujourd'hui le coût de terrain $60, l'investisseur ne paye que $20. Le 40 de dollars, il est payé par la région et d'autres partenaires. Merci, Monsieur le modérateur.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I totally agree with you. Over 2,500 roads of thousands and thousands of kilometers, model ports, airports, and you also talked about football here being part of what should connect us as Africans. And your son, Zayek, who plays for Chelsea, is also promoting Morocco internationally. I want to say thank you to the panel. I wish the discussion continues, but time is of the essence. We have dinner here tonight, and they have to rearrange the hall here. So and we have other things to do quickly now before we round up. Let me thank the panel for being part of this discussion. Let me welcome His Excellency the Governor of Lagos State and the chairman to please join the panel, and the representative from AfreximBank as we have the final group photograph, please. The cameraman, please. The panel can rise and step down here for a group photograph. If His Excellency the Governor of Lagos State is still in the house, we invite him to join the chairman for the group photograph. AfreximBank also join us. Okay, I understand Professor Ayang Nyongo from Kisumu, Kenya, has some gifts to give to some dignitaries. So, Professor, you can give your gifts immediately after the photograph. The first gift after the photograph will be to the President of the Forum of African Regions, Chairman Nigeria Governors Forum, His Excellency Dr. John Olukayode Fayemi. So, Professor, very quickly, please. Thank you. The rest of us can take our seats. Since we are done with the photograph now, thank you very much. Huh? Is that what? And then the second person will be a gift for the president of AfreximBank. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you. And so while the rest of us are trying to take our seats, Professor came from Kenya bearing gifts. We appreciate you. Thank you very much, Professor. Let me welcome here to discuss the African Sub-Sovereign Governments Network, Governance and Institutional Framework, and Adoption of AFSNet 2022 and 2023 Work Program. An Associate Professor of Marketing, Lagos Business School, Pan-Atlantic University, Nigeria, Dr. Ogechi Adeola will do that. 5 minutes? Okay.
His Excellency, John Olukayode Fayemi, Chairman, Nigerian Governors Forum. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on the already established protocol. My name is Ogechi Adeola. I'm from Lagos Business School. I'm an Associate Professor of Marketing. I'm here to discuss the governance framework and the way forward. We've had a good conference. The next, we need to talk about what's the way forward? How do we move forward? And I would like to first of all reiterate the key objectives of AFNET. Remember that the main objective is to promote intra-African trade and investment, so we can stop and we can reduce our reliance on export of primary commodities. We can increase economic integration and build resilience of African economies against the vagaries of a global economy subject to fluctuation. So AFNET will help facilitate this objective. So how would AFNET help facilitate this core objective and move forward? First of all, we start with the first objective: to assist African sub-sovereign governments participate effectively in African continental free trade agreement with a view towards promoting an integrated African economic market and achieving the objective of AU Agenda 2063. We need to, it's important, and from what has been said all over, it's important, and from what has been said all throughout this network and throughout this conference, we need to make sure that sub-sovereign governments have full understanding of how they can optimize the opportunities presented by AfCFTA in their respective jurisdiction. There is a need to create a forum for more robust collaboration and also put in place strategies for promoting integrated African economic market. To do that, we need a structure. There should be governance and institutional framework. And in putting together the institutional framework, there are design principles that are very important. The first one is to look at the effectiveness, whether the framework will be very effective in meeting the objectives of AFNET. So whatever framework we need to that needs to be put in place, all the objectives of AFNET must be looked into, and the best framework design. We had already designed a framework for presentation in this conference, but however, we had already had some earlier thinking about the framework, and it included a range of options: a short-term option, intermediate structure, and also a full structure. But further engagements will be held with United Cities and Local Governments of Africa, the Forum for Regions of Africa, AfreximBank, and the Nigerian Governors Forum to finalize this framework. So we hope to finalize the governance structure and work plan by November 2020, this year, November, circulate it and get approval by February 2023. Once it's finalized and we've passed it through the relevant stakeholders, the sub-sovereign governments, and everybody present here, it will be sent and comments will be solicited. And when we get the comments, the next step is to agree on the best structure. So I just want to say that we'll need your support. We need to have further engagements with the sub-sovereign, and you'll be getting more information on the structure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You held on to our agreement, and you did it in 4.5 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Very quickly, I would like to invite the head of rapporteurs, if the communique is ready, to please step forward here. Thank you. I'm sure that can also be done in 5 minutes or less. All right.
Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies here present. The draft communique of the Second African Sub-Sovereign Government Network, Abuja, Nigeria, the 30th of September, 2022. We, the Network of African Sub-Sovereign Governments, having attended the Second African Sub-Sovereign Government Network,
jointly convened by the Nigerian Governors Forum and the African Export-Import Bank under the theme Championing Africa's Development, acknowledging that the African sub-sovereign authorities and economies have a critical role to play in expanding, growing, and deepening intra-African trade, investment, and industrialization, thus contributing to the continent's overall economic development and integration. Appreciating AfreximBank for setting up AfSnet as a platform to facilitate the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area to promote trade, investment, and industrialization among African sub-sovereigns with a view towards improved inter- and intra-regional trade on the continent and creating a platform for public-private sector collaboration, enhanced regional integration, and peer learning. Recognizing the immense opportunities for cooperation and collaboration AfSnet will provide, the conference welcomes and appreciates the suite of finance and trade facilitation products, programs, and initiatives being provided by Afrexim to facilitate intra-African trade, investment, industrialization under the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Stressing that AfSnet will serve as a mechanism dedicated to promoting dialogue, cooperation, collaboration among sub-sovereign governments regarding intra-African trade, investment, industrialization, and development. There is a need for sub-sovereign governments to institute a local AFTA implementation mechanism, including relevant policy for smooth implementation of AFTA protocols. 3, developing critical trade-enabling infrastructures, hard and soft infrastructure, such as rail, road, maritime, air, and power, is key to promoting intra-African trade and industrialization. It was also stressed that awareness creation of the potential opportunities across Africa can enhance collaboration and trade within the continent. Furthermore, it was noted that developing the technical capacities of our people, particularly those of the MSMEs, will boost competitiveness and their integration into the intra-African trade value chain. Again, it was noted that removing tariff and non-tariff trade barriers, including difficulty in securing visas and traveling within the continent, is critical to fostering the movement of goods and services across the continent. Finally, it was discussed that and stressed that directing policies on quick wins and areas where sub-sovereign governments have a competitive advantage can help build the early momentum required to optimize the opportunity of AFTA. Having resolved that AfSnet will provide a platform that ensures broad participation of companies in AFTA, as sub-sovereigns will deepen access to information, sharing ideas, knowledge, and skills, and deepen regional integration by increased grassroots interconnections and involvement. The members of AfSnet have a crucial role in increasing economic integration and building the resilience of African economies against the vagaries of a global economy subject to fluctuation. Thirdly, there is a need to put in place a governance and institutional framework to strengthen the impact and sustainability of AfSnet and its ability to achieve its set goals and objectives in an accountable, transparent, and efficient manner. It was agreed on a couple of fronts. One, on the objective of AfSnet, it was agreed that the first objective would be to assist African sub-sovereign governments to participate effectively in AFTA with a view towards promoting an integrated African economic market and achieving the objectives of the AU Agenda 2063. Second objective is to use the network to enhance human, technical, financial, and institutional capacities to support the participation of sub-sovereign economies and authorities in intra-African trade and investment. Thirdly, to provide a platform for sharing ideas, skills, knowledge, and peer learning for the benefit of intra-African trade and investment across sub-sovereign governments. The fourth objective of the network would be to promote the building of trade-carrying and enabling infrastructure and capacities for intra-African economic integration. The fifth objective would be to provide a platform for exchange on existing financing instruments in the form of financial products, programs, and initiatives for trade financing, facilitation, and technical assistance to sustain the initiative. The sixth objective is to enhance the role of export trading companies in sub-sovereign and other catalysts for cross-border trade. And the final objective is to generate opportunities for enhancing intra-African trade and investment that stretches into the African diaspora that is designated as the sixth region of the African Union. On finalizing a draft governance and institutional framework in consultations with the United Cities and Local Governments of Africa, the Forum for the Regions of Africa and the Nigerian Governors Forum, as well as other relevant stakeholders, based on the following core principles. 1, effectiveness in meeting the objectives of AFSNET. 2, ownership and long-term sustainability and impact. 3, integration with existing frameworks for promoting the agenda of sub-sovereigns across Africa. And the 4th is operational efficiency and effectiveness. Again, on continue to explore that, it was agreed that we will continue to explore continental growth opportunities that could be harnessed to promote industrialization and export growth, to improve intra-regional logistics through cooperation across a range of areas, including border markets, standards, storage facilities, and trade infrastructure, to lower barriers to entry by improving the business environment in our respective regions, and to explore innovative finance solutions that are essential to the development of the continent, including access to export credit and credit insurance, critical to participation in global value chain. We resolve to strengthen collaboration through AFSNET platform, amongst other arrangements. We thank all the delegates for their participation and contribution to the success of the conference. We thank the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for the hospitality that they afforded to all participants and for the courtesies which ensure the success of the conference. We appreciate the support that has been provided by AfreximBank in conceptualizing and facilitating the organization of the second AFSNET in collaboration with the Nigerian Governors Forum. Finally, we wish to extend our gratitude to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, all the heads of governments and their representatives, the AfreximBank and their partners for successfully convening the second African Sub-Sovereign Governments Network. This communique is adopted on this 30th day of September 2022 at Abuja, Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And so this first part of our event is gradually coming to a close. The second African Sub-Sovereign Government Network Conference right here in Abuja, Nigeria. But let me, before I call on the Director General to close this event for us, let me quickly announce that the dinner will be 8 p.m. tonight right here, and that buses will be departing from your hotel at 7:30 p.m. Your registration tag, the one you are hanging on your neck, is your access to the dinner. So 7:30, the bus will depart from your hotels to bring everybody here. But right now, let me call, okay, please come and tell us in French.
Thank you. Merci, bonjour, bienvenue. C'est juste pour vous informer que le dîner commence ce soir à 20h, 8h. Ça sera ici sur place au Banquet Hall. Vous êtes tous bienvenus. Et aussi le badge qu'on a donné tout à l'heure, c'est l'invitation. On vous remercie. Merci. Bonne continuation. Au revoir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, very quickly for our closing remarks, let me invite here the Director General of the Nigerian Governors Forum, Mr. Shishana Bayo Okauru, Esquire.
Yeah, it's been a long day. I would start by, first of all, thanking our chairman for making this possible. As we all know that this partnership, basically a partnership between the Nigerian Governors Forum and AfreximBank. I think we would all agree that this is a success. story. So I want to basically seize the opportunity to thank the president of this country. The president was present this morning and gave his keynote address. That was well received. We want to thank our visitors for coming in and remaining patient with us. It's been very tough to the event. I want to thank all the speakers, and I want to particularly thank my colleague, Dr. Shitu, I think, and the team. Shitu, thank you. You did a wonderful job in making this possible. And from the side of AfrexIM, I think I need to equally thank Eric Itong. He's the man here. He did a wonderful, wonderful job. Thank you, and your team. The Secretary General came in yesterday and had a good time with our chairman. I want to also announce that the NGL Secretariat will be ready to partner with you. You can see the chairman, he's been around all day. That's exactly what is done for us at the Nigerian Governors Forum. He's giving 100% of his time to the forum. Please, I think we should give him a hand. Yeah, thank you, Chairman. With the chairman always there, we were sure and very ready to act. I want to also thank our security officials. This may be the last opportunity for us to meet at this level. I want to thank every other person who simply made this very possible for us. Our visitors, remember that you are in Abuja. This is the seat of power in Nigeria. You're having this dinner with the chairman and the leadership this evening. And after that, please enjoy Abuja. Enjoy Abuja, enjoy Abuja. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Director General. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I look straight into the eyes of the chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum, President, the Forum of African Regions, what I see is the hardest working man in Nigeria. How you do it, I don't know, but let's put our hands together for this amazing Nigerian. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd like to thank all of you. 8 o'clock tonight, we'll be here. The bus will leave your hotels by 7:30 p.m. Your tag is your visa into the dinner until 8 o'clock when the dinner is served. Enjoy the few hours before you come back. God bless you. Have a wonderful evening.